no mai haere mai ki tēnei hui, I will open the meeting with our karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana te ata kura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. Welcome everyone to today's Kōrau Tōtōpū, the Long-Term Plan Finance and Performance Committee meeting. Please let me or Elise know if you intend to leave the meeting. Morning tea is scheduled for 10:30 and I'm sure there'll be lots of conversations during morning tea. We have no apologies? No? All right. And no conflict of interest declarations? All right, so we will move on to confirmation of the minutes. He whakataka koto ana au I te mōtini. I move the motion that we approve the minutes from our meeting held what seems like a long time ago, 29th of June 2023. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Foon, thank you. E nai anei ka po tia te mōtini. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. That is carried. There are no items not on the agenda. I just want to let you know that I am going to reorder the agenda. So we will go in order 2.1, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, 2.6, 2.2 last. So we're doing the LTP outcomes and priorities as a final item of this meeting. And is our public? We have a public participant. Ian Austin, welcome. If you'd like to come to the lectern. Kia ora and welcome, Ian. You have 5 minutes. There are handy clocks, and that includes any time for questions. So if you'd like to leave any time for questions, then just keep in mind that with your time. Welcome.
Right. First of all, thanks to Councillor McNulty. Most of you got a letter off me back in early July. Ben's the only one that I got a acknowledgement from. Thank you, Ben. What I want to say is I think you need to look at spending a lot of this money you're looking at spending on beautification, on fixing infrastructure, i.e. the storm drains. Climate change is meaning we're getting more the likes of Cyclone Gabriel, and our storm system can't cope with what it's got now. It ain't got hope in hell's chance of coping with the likes of Cyclone Gabriel. Does this council actually have the funds to deal with that sort of outcome? I don't think so. And the people of Wellington can't afford the rates increases that are going to be required to pay for that kind of stuff. So please look at fixing the infrastructure before you do beautification work. Rather than digging down 60 centimetres to repave something with cobblestone, dig down 5 or 6 metres and check the pipes and whatnot underneath. And if it needs work, do it rather than leaving it 6 to 12 months and then have to dig up your beautification and pay extra to fix it. That is the bulk of my point. And one of the other points is I understand from a event that occurred within the last couple of years with a friend of mine, a lot of the infrastructure network in Wellington, no one knows where it is. It was all on paper that got burned in a structure fire back in the late 60s, early 70s. So there's a lot of places in Wellington where you need to find it, make note of it, so you're not digging up in the wrong place and costing even more to fix problems. Any questions?
There don't seem... Oh, yes, Councillor Pannett.
Thank you for your points, and that's definitely heard. We're trying to do some work to stop climate change. It's not just about beautification, like, creating cycleways and all that sort of thing. Do you support that as well as the adaptation work?
Yeah, if it's to limit climate change, I'm all for that. But at the same time, we need to fix the infrastructure that we've got so that it can cope with the consequences of climate change, whether we've limited it or whether it carries on as it is. Because at the moment, it can barely cope with what we've got. Standard rainfall over the last few years, 30 centimetres or whatever overnight, and we've got flooding, roads closed. This is why I say we need to look at spending the money on the infrastructure, not the beautification. Beautification can wait.
We have another question from Councillor Chung. Just quickly, we've only got a minute and a half left. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ian. I really appreciate that. I'm a man after my own heart. What do you think are the second and third most important things after fixing the infrastructure for the council to be spending money on?
I think what you're going for in helping reduce climate change is a good one.
Great, thank you. And the third one?
I'm not too sure what that would be, but reducing climate change, and I suppose the third one is try and keep these rates increases to a minimum, because the people of Wellington can't afford it.
Thank you very much. You really are a man after my own heart.
That was the quickest question you've ever asked, Ray. So there is a chocolate fish in this for you. Thank you so much, Ian. We really appreciate you taking the time to come and share your thoughts with us. And we hope you come back during the long-term plan. Now you've done it once, it's not
Easy.
Yes. Lovely to see you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll now move on to the items. So we start with the 2.1, the councillor appointments to the Wellington Water Committee. Is Siobhan Proctor, do we? No mai, Siobhan, ki te hora uti kōrero, to introduce the report. Sorry, everybody's here. We've got a full house. It's lovely.
Okay, I'll make it short and sharp. So this is a paper to gain agreement to appoint Councillor Tim Brown as the Wellington City Council representative to the Wellington Water Committee and have Mayor Tori Whānau as the alternative representative on that committee. Happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? There appear to be none. Thank you, Siobhan. So I'm now going to pass over to Deputy Mayor Foon, who's going to move this paper. I can second it.
Kia ora. It is my pleasure to move this paper to appoint Councillor Brown as the main representative for Wellington City Council on Wellington Water and Mayor Whānau as alternate on Wellington Water. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Councillor Brown for your deep dives and your infrastructure background and knowledge, and for helping us navigate this tricky space. I really enjoy you on the committee and hearing your perspectives. Thank you.
Is there any debate? Councillor Calvert.
I'm going to table a document that was part of the Q&As in terms of who else is currently on the committee and the terms of reference for the committee. That is should be standard practice that we should have in these papers, and the reason for the change. So that was in your Q&As, and thank you to Democracy Services who've pulled it out into a document. So I'm tabling that because I think it's important that for the record these papers have all the information that we've requested in the past. So and I would just like to say, very pleased to support Councillor Brown going on this, but just to note that we have made suggestions for other changes, not for this particular committee in terms of our representation. So I hope that we will be open for that rather than waiting a couple of more months. Thank you.
Councillor Wineta.
Very brief, just statement of support. I think Tim really has the desire and the interest in the topic, which is crucial, and anything that can free up the schedule of the Mayor's office for other civic duties is a good thing in my mind, so go Tim.
I don't see any further debate, and I'm sure there's no need for a right of reply. So we will put those motions as a block. Oh, yes, what would you like taken separately, Councillor? Sorry, number 2. We'll do number 2 first, and then we'll do the rest. I did. Is that all right? Okay, let's do 2, then 3, then the rest. That is carried. We'll now do 3. That is carried. And we will now do the rest. 1, 4 and 5. That is carried. Thank you, councillors. So we're now going to move on to item 2.3, long-term plan engagement, Citizens Assembly. No mai Amy Brannigan and Lexi Seedhouse, ki te horo. And if you could go from the lectern, I'm sorry, it's just we're quite crowded. So it's just Lexi. Is Amy online?
But, I don't know, she might be online.
Oh, anyway, Lexi, I will hand over to you to introduce the report.
Kia ora tātou. This is primarily a paper outlining the 5 phases of community engagement on the long-term plan, focusing specifically on phase 2, which is the Citizens Assembly, and I'm happy to take questions.
Are there questions, councillors? There appear to be none. I am going to move this, and Councillor O'Neill will second. I just want to say that this is an exciting development for the city. This is an innovative way to add to our engagement. And I'm very interested to see the outcomes of this while respecting the distance that I hold as a city councillor to allow the individuals who will make up the assembly to have their deliberations. So these have worked very well in many other jurisdictions, and it's just another. You will have seen some, interesting kind of analysis of this kind of work. There's been calls for us to do more of it for quite some time, as long as I've been on council and probably before. But yeah, just very interested to see what will come to it and how it adds to our discussions and our decisions that come to us around the long-term plan. Councillors, is there debate? Or Councillor O'Neill, would you know? Would anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Young.
So just very briefly, I thought the council was in itself a citizens' assembly. And the second thing is I am concerned about the cost because the council has no money and the ratepayers are feeling the pain. Those are my 2 concerns.
Is there any other debate? Councillor Brown.
I'd just like to say how much I support this initiative. I think it's a fantastic way of engaging with the community, and I think it's great that we're trying something different. So I think it's a very small amount of money in the scheme of things to give something a shot, and I really hope that it works in the way that we all would expect.
Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, I don't know how new this actually is, because about 3 years ago we did one at Makara in terms of climate change and the impacts on the river there, and there was essentially very much in line with what's happening here. The outcome was that there was a lot of the residents were very concerned because they'd given about a year of input into that in day sessions, hearing from experts, and at the end of it, the council wasn't able to do anything other than, I think, about $20,000 or something. Or Councillor Panowicz will be able to correct me if I'm wrong on that one. But a big disappointment by the local community for the amount of time and effort they put in, and essentially nothing came from it. Thank you.
Councillor Free.
Yes, I do agree with Councillor Brown that it's good to try something new, especially given that the our resident survey is showing a really low level of trust and confidence in our decision-making processes at the moment. So for me, I'm going to be interested to see if something like this actually improves our ratings. I think we're going to have a challenge because already we are trying to bring in and accommodate a lot of feedback from different sources. So this will be another source. I'm thinking about, the work we've done on community consultation with our LTP and how the results from that, I think you could look at them and say, how have we actually genuinely responded to that? And there will be even more chance for people to critique how we're responding to all these various channels of feedback that we get. But in essence, I think it is good to try something different, especially since, I think we do have a bit of a crisis of confidence in our decision making.
Councillor Chung.
I'm very much in favour of this. Absolutely support it. I think it's. I think you can never get too much feedback from your constituents. Whatever they actually say, and this I'm getting this feedback again to echo Councillor Free that there is very little confidence in the council at present, and so I think that this gives them the opportunity to come out and say exactly what it is that they want. I mean, even in the long-term plan discussions, I feel that we're still not hearing a lot of things. We're still putting our own ideas and our own thoughts into what should be. So I think it's absolutely excellent.
Councillor Wineta.
I also would like to speak in support of this. I think the inability of 21st century democracy to address some of the problems that we're facing can be put down to a lack of faith and a lack of engagement. I think local government actually has a really awesome role in leading the way for how we do this in a future-facing sort of a manner. We have constantly seen the need to break down barriers to public participation, whether that's standing for a seated council or whether that's even coming to one of these meetings, which can be challenging for a number of reasons. So I think that the Citizens' Assembly is a really great effort to try and bring more people in and hear those voices that we don't always hear from and aren't represented well. And I can't wait for it to kick off.
Thank you. I don't see any other debate. I just want to give a very brief right of reply to address the question of cost, that this is coming from existing budgets. There's no additional funding has been allocated to this project. Are we a citizens' assembly? Some might say that voting is a random selection, but this is definitely a random selection in that it is scientifically randomised. And also, while we're a relatively diverse council for the local government context, this assembly will deliberately reflect the population of Wellington and will be even more diverse. And it is new for us to be doing this kind of work at this scale, and it is new for New Zealand to be doing the work at this kind of scale. So thank you for the support, and we'll go to a vote. Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Right, so we are rattling through this. Okay, so we are now going to move to the rating policy changes. I think we are waiting on some, but we could, do we need to do any amendments before officers introduce the report? Or what about an amended substantive? No. Okay. So let's do the introduction and then we can have questions. And if we need to have an adjournment or take morning tea early, we can. So, no mai Andrea Reeves, ki te hora o iti kōrero. Please welcome Andrea Reeves to introduce the report.
Kia ora, councillors. So the purpose of this paper is to reflect the next step of the rating policy review. We've had numerous workshops with you all to look at the intent of what we would like our rating policy to capture. Where this paper captures what we're proposing to go out and consult with the community on. We are doing the consultation now ahead of the long-term plan process in order for us to be able to really, I guess, have the time to adapt to any consultation considerations that come out of this process. So there will also be further opportunities to make other changes later down the track, but this is to get really some good feedback from our community on the intent of what we're trying to achieve through our rating policy review.
Councillors, do we have questions? Councillor Pannett, do you want to say?
Thank you for all your work. I'm just wondering, will we be able to give the public a clear signal of our work program and all these funding mechanisms? Because we've got a whole lot, we've talked about this, we have a whole lot of, we will do some work on this and we'll do some work on that, but no sort of time frame.
Yeah, so there's really, the first phase of this is really about how do we slice and dice the pie and the rating pie. As we go through LTP deliberations, there may be initiatives or pieces of work that you want to progress as a council, and we should always be considering through that process what's the best way to fund it. So, you know, this conversation is really a live conversation, I would say. There will always be an ongoing conversation about how we should fund our activities, and throughout the LTP process, if we introduce new activities, we may want to look at how we fund those activities, and that could have a rates implication. So this is not setting up rates for forever. This is about the intent and demonstrating that to the community to get their input into it now. Again, they will have the opportunity to feedback at the LTP phase as well.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, these proposed changes are coming from the council, but is there any limitation on the public being able to propose alternative ideas for rating purposes, either different targeted rates or just different ways of outlining what we're proposing?
Oh, look, I think it's up to you in considering those proposals. I think this gives us an opportunity to really hear from members of the community what they would like. Of course, how we translate that into what is feasible and in terms of the legislative framework that we've got in front of us will be a critical determination, but we'd certainly listen to that input and provide council advice on what can or can't be done in that regard. Yeah.
There appear to be no other questions. Because Councillor Brown has emailed us last night about a potential amendment, I understand we're still getting words for that, but depending on those words, I'm quite interested in moving it as part of the substantive. So we will take, and we have an amendment also to discuss from Councillor Pannett. So we will take an adjournment while we see if we can have a look at Councillor Brown's wording for that intent. So we'll take 5 minutes initially, and sorry, I'll keep you updated, but we will try and come back and at least move this paper before morning tea. include the two amendments will come as two amendments, just because they both sort of represent a change. So there's some amendments to come from Councillor Brown and some from Councillor Pannett. I will move the paper, and Councillor Panovich going to second. I guess I just wanted to say it is, with a somewhat of a heavy heart that we agree to delay the work on the land value rates. That generally I don't like delaying things. I like doing things, but I think the recognition that both organisationally and for us as decision makers, we have quite a lot on our plate, and that it makes sense to phase the work to do some of the things that are more simple and require maybe not quite the same level of community engagement as that decision will do. So, Councillor Brown, it's not going away; it's coming back. He's like congratulating me for killing it. So I haven't killed it. It's just having a little nap. I guess also just to say that not everything that is recommended in this paper, I want to say personally, is moving it. Do I necessarily support at this point? And, for example, the change to the differential, I want to hear the evidence and kind of make my decision accordingly. But we are just putting something out to the public and to hear back from them. So my moving of this paper is not an endorsement of every single point in there, and, potentially for amendments the same. But I think at this point, let's be quite open and hear from people, and then make those hard decisions later in the year. So, Councillor Panovich, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll happily second this, and I will probably highlight the two items which you've just mentioned, which I am more than comfortable with, which is agreeing to consult on the change to the commercial, industrial and business rates differential. I think our businesses are suffering, and this is a way that we can assist them in a very small manner. The second one as well, which I'm supportive of, and I know a number of other councillors are as well, is to agree to consult on a new general rate differential category for vacant land. I think we have an issue with potential land banking or underutilised land in the city, and this is one option to fix that. So that's all from me.
Thanks, Councillor. Shall we get to amendments? Shall we do Councillor Pannett's first? Because she got hers in first. Yeah. you were doing very well. Councillor Pannett, and do you have a seconder? Yes. Deputy Mayor Phone. Councillor Pannett's amendment is on the screen, and I will throw it over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd just like to make a few brief comments first. First of all, I'd like to say a big thanks to the officers for the work that they've done on this. There is a lot of work on very complex issues, and I've personally found Ms Reeves extremely helpful and constructive, so I'm really grateful for that. Look, I guess one of my things about this paper is that we do need more funding tools, and we just do need a bit of a structured agenda about how we're going to implement them and what we're going to adopt, because we've got big costs coming up, whether we like that or not. Climate change is here. So anyway, we will be having further conversations about them, and that gives me some reassurance. I just want to make a few comments about some of these. The SNAs, look, I'm going to accept that, but definitely the idea is once we look at whether there is biodiversity on these private properties, they should be classified as that. I withdrew my support last year just to lower the anger levels and to sort out what compensation would be offered. They're not on the agenda at the moment, but certainly that does need to come back if so. I support the provisions around vacant land. I think that's something practical that we can do to make sure that it's developed properly. I am reluctantly not moving an amendment around the underutilisation of land. I accept the officer advice, but it's really, really difficult. Having low-grade commercial buildings, two-storey buildings in parts of our city which don't actually add that much, they should be encouraged to do better. I appreciate we'll have that debate over the land versus capital value later on, but that is quite tricky for me. The Affordable Housing Fund I will strongly support. I did want rules in the district plan changed, as you know, but that's something else that we can do, and we must have more affordable housing. I won't be supporting the removal of the first home owner remission. In fact, I'll strongly reject that because it just sounds like we haven't advertised it that well. I think we need every tool in the toolbox to help people either get into a home or stay in their home. On the climate change rate, I was going to move an amendment around that. Look, I get it's a bit tricky, but we're going to have to do some work around this. I think Councillor Brown, whatever you've ended up with, will say something around that. That's really tricky at a policy level because we, of course, in some ways we can say, yeah, look, and there are parts of the community that need to pay extra because they're in a particularly vulnerable situation. But nevertheless, we all use our city. We all created climate change, some more than others, obviously, but nevertheless, we all contributed. And so how do we sort of manage that? It's a very big, complex issue, which, of course, no one's really resolved properly. My last point, just before I get to the amendment, is around the differential. I do not understand why we have so much argument about that. All it means is that residential homeowners are going to have less money in their pockets to pay businesses for their services. You know, how we cut the cake is, for me, a little bit irrelevant. So, look, you know, I'm not going to vote against it. Let's just see what goes out to consultation. But it puts pressure on the residential sector, and I just don't see how it really helps business unless residential homeowners are putting their, and renters are putting their money elsewhere. The last thing I just want to do is raise this amendment. So I sent a reasonably long email last night with a policy justification for it, and so I do seek your support to go out to consultation. Colleagues, we have a massive problem in the city that we have a high risk of earthquakes. We cannot stop them, like climate change or poverty. We just can only respond to them and obviously build carefully. 250 buildings are required to be strengthened by 2027, so that's less than 4 years away. That will not happen. There is no way that is going to happen. The process of strengthening is a highly complex one. We may see some buildings demolished, but that has got its own problems. So I have for a long time tried to look at how we resolve this issue of massive costs and complex ownership structures. This is a practical measure which allows people to access some finance to do the work that they need to do. At the moment, the accessing of finance is a major, major barrier. I did get some amendments through a few years ago which would help people once they've started strengthening, but that doesn't give them the cash. What it essentially means is that other ratepayers will pay a tiny little bit more, but it will be tiny because it will be distributed across all ratepayers. And the reason that fundamental heart for that is because we all want to live in a safe city where we can walk about unworried about buildings coming down on our heads, as happened in Christchurch with very tragic circumstances. And we don't want to live in a city where we've literally got hundreds of earthquake-prone buildings, which is a massive reputational risk. People will not want to live here and do business here if we continue to have these unsafe buildings. So I just hope that there finally can be some discussion about really how to help people. It does help renters as well because it means that those buildings are safer and better quality for them. And the last point, I made it in when we did our housing debate. Everyone needs help with housing. I appreciate there are some people that need it more, and which is why there will be unequivocal support from me for doing that. But this is part of the housing crisis, all these earthquake-prone homes, and some for our commercial owners too, who have not got the economic funds to do the work. So this is why we need to do this. There will be more support coming from central government and hopefully from this council through the LTP. We're working through that. But we have a massive problem and we just cannot bury our heads in the sand. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Pennant, and no offence, but we might start using the timer today, and I'll just kind of give a guideline. I think you probably weren't far over 3 minutes, but we will start to. I think we now will have the opportunity if there are any questions of officers regarding Councillor Pennant's amendment, and yes, we have one from Councillor Abdurrahman. Yep, we have some. Great.
How many houses, commercial properties are we looking at, and also private properties? What the costs, how much is going to cost over the 3 years? Because this amendment is asking us to do it over 3 years.
So we haven't had time to do all of those calculations at this point in time. What I would note is that this amendment as proposed doesn't include commercial buildings, so this wouldn't apply to commercial buildings. It would apply to residential buildings and multi residential buildings. It does apply to 1 to 3 story mixed commercial buildings. So the intent behind that is where you have a dairy owner with a couple of residential apartments or whatever above that could be captured. So that's the intent behind this. We do need to look at calculating what this would look like, and we can bring that back to you before we go out for consultation on this. But yeah, we haven't had time to do that so far.
Councillor Wineta.
Do we have a rough idea of the impact on our rating take that excluding or reducing the rates on some of these properties might be? Is it just ballpark, low, medium, high?
I couldn't even estimate it at this point because we haven't had the time to calculate the impact that it would have. I would say, while we'd estimate those earthquake-prone buildings, we still don't know how many would take it up, and what their personal circumstances are. So this is not something that we could estimate with a great degree of accuracy. There may be some that actually don't feel that this rates relief would actually help them, and so they may not choose to take it up. So, yeah.
Councillor Free, you're next.
So what are we doing currently? Because I think we've had this conversation before in the past. What are we doing currently?
Yeah. So currently we are, in effect, we're doing the same thing, but not for the 3 years in advance of the work being commenced, which is the proposal from Councillor Pannett. So at the moment, people may request a remission from us for or a postponement from us to postpone their rates while they commit to earthquake strengthening their property. When they give us assurance that they have completed that work, we can then remit those rates. So we've got assurance that the work has been done. If they don't complete that work, then the postponement would no longer apply and they would have to pay those rates. So the postponement mechanism is a way of protecting the council to say, we'll postpone when you give us assurance the work that has been completed. We will then remit that postponement, and so you don't have to pay your rates. However, if you don't undertake the work as you said you would, we can still go back and collect the rates on the property. What this is doing is moving it forward 3 years, and so that people can apply for that. It gives them some capital to start planning that work and give them some, it takes a bill out of their pocket basically to enable them to start funding the work that they would need to do.
Okay.
Councillor Young.
I actually did have another one, but I'll go back on the list.
Sorry, no, you go now, Sarah. Sorry.
So, given that we've been doing this, can you give us some information about what's actually happened? No.
No, we don't have that available to us. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Young.
So just
whereabouts in the paper?
Well, will the owner's assets, financial position be taken into account when we do this?
That's not something that we would be able to collect personally when they apply. We would look at whether or not. So the intent is for a postponement, and so the rates would still be attributed to that property, and we would ensure that we can get that money back through.
So say it was a residential house. Obviously, a house is residential. $7,000 a year, say. I don't know what the average one is, but over 3 years, $21,000. I mean, that's not going to do anything towards strengthening their building, is it? All right, that's it.
Councillor Randall. Pauiwi Kelly. Deputy Mayor Foon.
Thank you. Just are there mechanisms, does this compare to other mechanisms that have been used overseas or in other areas to help?
Look, we haven't had the time to do that research, but again, this is something that we've been applying. What we're doing is we're bringing it forward in terms of the period that gives that remission for people that are committed to doing this work.
All right, that takes us to the ends of the questions. Thank you, Andrea. So, seconder, Deputy Mayor Foon, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, and I really do want to thank Councillor Pannett for your advocacy for, our earthquake-prone buildings in our city. It is something that it doesn't become top of mind, and you help keep it top of mind for us, and that it is a big problem. So I'm happy to support you to move this amendment to go into the debate today, and actually also happy to really seek solutions for inner city regeneration, as our community have highlighted. It's a really big issue. Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Calvert.
I agree with Councillor Pannett's sentiments, but I'm not going to support this amendment. I think we need to think about exactly how we are going to support these types of buildings. I agree this could be a tool to help, but really what we need to do is have that bigger conversation, and hopefully that will be through the LTP, on what does inner city regeneration look like, what is the support that we can actually give and afford to the inner city buildings that need strengthening, and also what our advocacy is with the government of the day, because there's been a lot of people impacted, in particular from the quakes from 2013 and 2016 and changing standards, and it's a big burden for this city to carry alone and for the individual owners, and we really do need to be looking at what can the government do of the day to help support. Thank you.
Pauiwi Kelly.
We are in. Yeah, cool. Kia ora. I'm going to support this amendment. It is going out to consultation, and I want to thank Councillor Pannett for bringing it to our attention, because for me it's just another thing for us to hear from the residents of our city about what's impacting on them. And I did think, why is it not business as well? And then I quickly thought, well, actually, if this is going out to consultation, this will give the businesses an opportunity to come and say to us, well, why haven't you included us? So I think it's a good start. I take the points that Councillor Culvert has made, but we need to start somewhere, and this is a start, and we're only agreeing to consult. So we're agreeing to hear what the residents of our city want to say to us. So I support it, and thank you. Councillor Pannett.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
I think the challenge here is, if I just take the rough calculation of Councillor Young's 21,000 over 3 years and multiply by 550 that currently earthquake prone, that's going to take us about $11 million, more than 11 million. So that means we are giving a bit of a hope to the community if we are not backing it by action once it's come back. That is where I'm not convinced. But at the same time, consultation, I don't think so it's a problem. However, I think I want to hear what Councillor Pannett is going to say, giving a hope to the community when we can't back it up by action, maybe. Thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, this has brought a few memories flooding back from living in Christchurch. So the first earthquake in the middle of the night was actually a blessing, because most people were at home, and had it happened in the middle of the day, it probably would have been more devastating than the second one. After that, there were inspections of all the council buildings all the buildings in Christchurch by council, and I think that's when the term yellow stickered kind of entered the vernacular of, Kiwis at large. Maddie was one of my friend's best friend. He worked at Southern Ink in Colombo Street, and when the second quake hit in the middle of the day, he was crushed, and his co-worker Bonnie suffered a broken back in 6 places and had to crawl through. That was a yellow stickered building. So they knew it was dangerous. Well, they knew it wasn't at least up to code, but we'll get around to it eventually. It was in that period of, we look at our decisions and we think about them sort of detached from what can go wrong there. And that's when what they were sitting in limbo, sort of a purgatory of action. So I hadn't thought about that for a while, but yeah, this has kind of brought that story flooding back to me. And I just think this will be the story of thousands of Wellingtonians if we don't get serious with these earthquake-prone buildings. So I think it's just right to go out there and consult. Maybe we won't be able to have the capacity for the LTP, but hopefully we can take that to central government or to someone and say, we've heard back such clear messages, because I just remember that devastation that one incident with Maddie had, and it really rippled around a friend group, yet alone there were 200 and something of those stories in Christchurch. So I guess let's try and not detach ourselves entirely from what the actual worst case scenario is here, and I'm really happy to support this and consult on it today. Kia ora.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, so I have taken my time to consider my position on this, because it's had checked what the paper has said too. I will support this because I think what I'm hearing from the community is infrastructure is actually really important, and we have a deficit in actually fixing infrastructure, and it's not just public infrastructure, it's actually private infrastructure as well, and this does matter in our city. It's like how people actually care and maintain their private houses and land actually impacts on us all. And I remember that I actually brought to you a proposal that we do a bit more for people who've got slips or slip-prone land, and I guess that's the issue in my ward. This is the issue for a lot of people in other parts of the city. I think part of the functions of council is actually we are as a collective stronger than we are as individuals. So when we can help by putting our collective resources behind people that are having individual problems that are quite important and big and hard to solve on your own, it's just encouraging, and I think that matters. So I think it would be nice at the course of this consultation for us to do a bit more thinking about it, and particularly in how it would be repaid and what sort of term we'd be talking about, because the details also matter as well, and it would be nice to have clarity. I can see that this will open up a bigger conversation potentially, as you say, around commercial properties or around other issues that people are facing, like floods and slips. But that's a conversation we actually do need to be having as well. So I support this. It took me a while to get to that position, but it's also been helpful listening to other people and what they've said. Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, I think this is very thought-provoking, and I thank everyone for their contributions. I agree with the sentiment, but I am concerned that we have a lot of our own core infrastructure which is in desperate need of funding, and this really is, a situation where we're going to let some people have some of our funding to fix their private property. I'm very sympathetic to the need for that, but we have a lot of other needs which are public needs which we're falling short on, and I think we really need to be more focused. I'm also a little bit concerned that using the rates mechanism to deal with the earthquake-prone building in isolation without us seeing a wider set of programs or wider targeted, focused area, I think that's quite problematic because we're not really there. Councillor Abdurrahman quite rightly pointed out that this is really a potentially large unfunded liability we could be taking on, millions of dollars, and this city is already contributing millions of dollars to a dozen, 2 dozen different important and critical services. We cannot be all things to all people. And so I really think we also have to recognise the burden that really is falling on those people who are just quietly living their lives, getting on with things and paying their rates. They're going to pay some more for this other group and this group. I really would rather focus our resources on the public need, public spaces, good urban development, transport, infrastructure, fix the pipes. That's just the thing that only we do. And that's so for those reasons, I'm reluctantly going to vote against this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Randley. Randall. Right, now we'll go back to Councillor Pennant for right of reply.
Look, colleagues, thank you so much. This is, for me, local government at its best. We've had a really, really helpful comments, just trying to work through what is a very complex problem. So thank you so much. I'm really grateful. To those councillors who are worried about the wider package, the reason I brought this here today is because this is the rating policy, and this is a chance to do something with the rates. So it was appropriate. There will be more work coming, and it has to be done this LTP because it's 2027 that we've got a problem. Absolutely, we will not be doing this on our own, and I just want to make it very publicly clear that I believe it is the owner's majority responsibility to take care of their buildings. But nevertheless, because of this public good aspect, council and central government need to play a role as well. And we just have to amp up our efforts. And because I'm also thinking about future owners and future tenants, as we densify and we've got more higher buildings, we need to protect those people's interests too. I had a very interesting conversation with one former mayor, and just talking about how difficult life events should not make you homeless or put you back into the rental market or make your household situation unstable. Yes, there are market forces, but everyone deserves a home, and if we don't get on top of this, we are going to put people back into the rental market when we need to be putting more people into ownership from my perspective. Look, just in terms of the process, thank you for those councillors who raised concerns around the cost implications. I did ask right through, what do we do to through this rating review to help owners? So it has sort of come at this time, but really it's just, as Ms Reeves explained, it's just bringing forward what we've already done, but bringing it forward so people have got capital right from the start. We are not doing that much to help owners. These rates reliefs are pretty modest. We do provide some, obviously the Heritage Incentive Fund, whatever it's called now, and we do provide some advice, but we need a bigger effort, and that's where councillors are coming around. Councillor McNulty, thank you for your story. This is what keeps me awake at night, and because I've got long history with this council now, I sat through all those earthquakes, and when people were scared, they didn't know if their home, renters included, were going to be safe. We just have to, make that big effort, because earthquakes are going to happen. Councillor Free, I totally agree with you about slips. Slips are another major issue, and you'll get my support for helping, because people are going to be in really big trouble. I do agree we need to do more thinking, and I've had assurance from senior officers that will happen. Councillor Randall, just the last point, I would just encourage you to vote for this. It's only going up for consultation. It's basically redistributing the rates pool. It's not asking us to pay any. It's not asking us to pay it more. Yes, and if they don't do the work, they pay it back. So it's not asking more of the council. The council has done some great work in terms of making our infrastructure more resilient, but we need to do more. Thank you, Councillor Matthews.
Keeping an eye on the time. All right, we'll put that to the vote. Division, I nearly said. That way? Oh, yeah, you done it. That has carried. Right, we will now take a break for morning tea. We will take 15 minutes, and then we will come back and we have Councillor Brown's amendment and the substantive. So, yes, 15-minute break. Thank you. to Councillor Brown's amendment. So if you would like to speak to it.
Thank you. The reason I put up these two amendments, or there was sort of originally one, so that this would actually progress through the consultation, is that there is, as I understand it from talking to Andrea, there is no immediate financial impact of this particular initiative, because there's nothing which we've specifically identified as a development that we could fund with a targeted rate, or a climate change type initiative such as seawall protection that we would be funding with a targeted rate. So it's not this isn't a sort of a directly relating to a particular project type situation, a la the sludge minimisation facility. But I feel that we should be including in our policy review, our review of the policy around rates, targeted rates. And to give you a couple of illustrations of the sort of things which I would envisage being part of the consultation, as you know, we have, with development contributions, we have initiatives such as Shelley Bay, where the council has indicated to the developer that they'll have to pay a certain amount of money. I don't know quite how much it is, let's say $10 or $15 million, towards the cost of infrastructure which the council is going to be required to actually install for that development. That cost obviously is something which the developer will pay us, and then he'll add it to the cost of his development, and that will push up the price which he's going to have to sell those properties at to break even. What I would rather happen would be that rather than that, if there was a specific rate on those properties which had the same value to the council as the money up front, it would mean that the cost of those projects would be that much less, and it would obviously the rates would be that much higher going forward. But I think that's probably easier has a beneficial impact in terms of affordability. We had a situation a little while ago where Dwell Housing was doing a development, which I'm sure a couple of councillors agreed to forego their development contribution of, I think it was from memory, about 100 grand. Again, that's the sort of area where a development contribution could easily be replaced by a targeted rate. Had the same financial impact for the city, but actually less impact on the cost of the developer. The other one, which is perhaps slightly more substantial and material, is that we are going to be facing climate change type projects such as seawall protections, and many of those developments are going to be for specific council or specific tenants or residents of the city to actually benefit. And it would seem to me better that we have the option of being able to do those developments and then put a targeted rate on the properties that actually benefit from it, rather than having that as just a general cost to ratepayers. Now, as I say, neither of these initiatives or neither of these flexibilities would be related to any specific projects that are currently on the books, but I would like these two areas to be part of the consultation, so that as other parties in the community are actually looking at this rate policy and are giving their thinking to what we're doing, that we actually hear their views about these sort of targeted rate areas. And just to remind you all, this is very much analogous to what we did with the sludge minimisation facility. The only difference there really is that we did actually have the specific funding arrangement, which was actually linked to the levy, but the levy is just a targeted rate. So there's nothing particularly novel about this. I think it's just an efficient way of funding certain developments.
So first of all, we will go to questions of officers. Does anybody have questions for staff? Yes, we do. So we will start with Councillor Pannett.
Thank you, Andrea. And look, I may support this just to be flexible. There's no point in asking some questions. But development contributions are there for a purpose. They're used often. They're there to, get the funding up front to do the work. So this has some quite significant implications from my perspective. So I guess the question is, is it your view that we will end up with less money, or that will provide blockages to getting that new infrastructure built, and that it will make it easier for developers? Is that your view? Thank you. And it's a shame Liam's not here today, otherwise I'm sure he would have been able to talk to this too.
Thank you. As a first step, this resolution asks us to look into the merit of this. So we can't set a targeted rate that adds to the general rate, general revenues of the council. So that's That's the first point. So in setting a targeted rate, we need to be really sure on who we're targeting and then why we're targeting them. So in terms of using a targeted rate as a proxy for a development contribution, there's a bit of work for us to do in there and to get some legal advice on as well. So the intent behind this is to get the legal advice so we can shape up what it could look like in a consultation process, and then work through the chair. But again, you will see that consultation material, will bring that to you before we go out for consultation.
Just a second question, because we had conversation around the climate change stuff. So given we do have projects, and we will have projects, how would you sort of shape this up? Because, I don't want to miss any opportunities, so yeah.
So again, we need to work through that, but we will look to basically, because again, we can't use targeted rates to fund a general revenue pool, so we need to reflect what are we actually targeting and what are we actually funding. My understanding of the intent here is to note that if we are to look at projects that have a specific purpose in resilience or climate resilience for certain communities, then we would favour sort of a targeted rating option, and that, we're signalling our intent there. But before we would be able to set that, we would still need to consult on that process. So as I understand correctly from Councillor Brown, we're just asking for feedback on this as a policy choice at this point in time. Again, you would see that consultation material.
Chair, sorry, am I able to ask Mr Hodgetts what he thinks about...
I saw him. It was like you rang a bell and he arrived.
Liam, this is a genuinely open question, just about whether you think development contributions are working as opposed to a targeted rate to get the development happening we need.
Actually, through you, Madam Chair, I did see Councillor Brown's earlier email from yesterday's foreshadowing this. I think when we talk about the market and how the market responds to development, it's really important to focus on certainty. And at the moment, we have a DC system that sets a rate, and you pay the rate, and you get on with your business model and delivering, your development and any profits that might come from that. When you introduce a level of uncertainty, that starts to shake up the market a little bit. So my preference would be to stay with development contributions. I've already advised, I think councils were looking at reviewing those anyway in the past, and as we update our community infrastructure investment strategy and produce this LTP, that would probably be the preference for settings. I do understand, though, there are some developers out there who are feeling the inflationary pressures we're under, and they're looking for opportunities and different ways of doing things, and I suspect that's where some of these suggestions are coming from. However, it's not unusual as well that developments more on the fringe and in greenfield areas in New Zealand in particular, I recall one in Queenstown, have tried to use a special rate as a sort of a closed circuit community to manage itself, if you like, off-grid, off the council's main line of services. But I'm not sure how successful that particular development is going. I understand that's in Queenstown. I think it's called Stones Point or Rocks Point. So that's...
Councillor Abdurrahman. Councillor Free.
Yes, I was going to ask about the development contributions and if there's a time frame for that.
Yeah. So the development contribution policy is actually being worked on now, and so it will be updated to support decisions that come through the long-term plan, but it wouldn't be finalised until post the long-term plan, which is a typical process around a development contributions policy.
So I'd like to really try and be a bit more specific. When could we expect to be seeing a paper on it?
Liam, do you know when we'll see a paper? We don't have that time frame. We'd have to come back for that.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is, just given the discussion we've just had about earthquake strengthening, would it be appropriate if I suppose this is also a question for the person, Councillor Brown, would it be appropriate to consider targeted rates for climate action resilience and earthquake strengthening?
So the key thing around a targeted rate, as I noted earlier, is you've got to be funding a particular thing with it. So at this point in time, we haven't made those decisions for the long-term plan. So we need to go through the long-term plan decision making first to decide what we're going to put in the long-term plan, and then make a decision on how we're going to fund it. So that's part of the nature of this. What this is attempting to do is signal that if we do have these types of projects in here, we would look to fund them by targeted rates, and we're seeking feedback from the community on their comfort with that, or from ratepayers on their comfort.
So in principle, would there be any reason why we couldn't put earthquake strengthening in there as well?
As a principle, I guess the question is what would we be funding for earthquake strengthening, and who are we targeting, and why are we targeting them?
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, so
I think you could ask that about climate change and resilience too. So
again, it's going to come down to the project. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm still not really clear. Are you saying officers don't really support 13 because the answers you're giving me about that seem to be that this is complicated?
No, what I'm saying here is that we haven't identified what we're targeting at this point in time, because we haven't identified the projects that we're going to include in our long-term plan yet. And so once we've done the long-term plan process and what projects will go in there, we need to have a conversation about funding. And that would be the time where we could provide really good advice around whether a targeted rate would be appropriate or not, or whether we need to think about funding as a package. The intent of this is around providing a signal as part of the consultation. We would still need to do the latter if we decided to go down that route.
So are you saying if we didn't agree to 13, it wouldn't make a lot of difference? You're still going to go ahead and do this work?
Well, the difference would be, as I understand it, is that we wouldn't have the opportunity to seek feedback from the community around what they would like in this regard, at this point in time.
Okay.
I've actually got for Liam again. Sorry, I mean I'm a little bit. I'm seeking some clearer direction on 12 because I have some nervousness about doing more work on something which seems to be quite strong advice that would discourage development, or that you have concerns that would do that you would be doing work and then coming back to us with advice that we shouldn't do it. So I guess I'm just seeking a clearer, I know this is our decision, but I'm sort of seeking a bit clearer advice given your comments that a rates-based system would discourage development.
Yeah, I would advise from a planning point of view, and this is my comment around market certainty and our current regulatory regime, that we would stick with the development contributions system.
Okay. And I do have people back on the list. I had next Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, my just question was, we've got a paper coming on developer contributions more generally later in the year, so whether this had any implications for what's shaping up in that paper.
It shouldn't do. So, the development contributions paper would look at the circumstances in which we were setting DCs for revenue collection purposes. So, yeah.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, I just wanted to pick up on your comment that you wouldn't have public feedback. In terms of these two ideas, which are really asking you to put together a package in principle and put it to the public to see whether they would, what they think of that. Would that information be useful when you come to maybe later on look at a more specific example? I'm thinking a seawall across a suburb, maybe an area where you've got a broad base where a targeted rate may be a more effective mechanism to deliver infrastructure investment than than development contribution. So I'm just wondering if that advice would help you, that
Look,
feedback.
it would be really difficult to provide any kind of guidance or certain answer to that question. The point would be is if we were going to do these things, we would need to go out and consult anyway at that point in time. So it can be often difficult to consult on something in the abstract. But, if we were to go out and consult, we'd have to actually provide those details at a later point in time.
Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much. I'm still a little bit confused. You're saying that if we agree with item 13 there, you will need to consult, you would go out for consultation to actually see what constituents would like. But if we don't vote on it, you would still go and consult or not consult?
So with a targeted rate, you can only set a targeted rate when you're clear on who you're targeting and what you're targeting that particular population for. So what is the project or projects that you're seeking to fund? If we were to set up a targeted rate, so if through the LTP process you would decide that you actually wanted to create a seawall in a location and that you wanted to fund that through a targeted rate, we would need to consult specifically on that issue at that point in time. So we'd need to do that through the consultation process on the LTP. Any decision that we work through at this point in time to say, conceptually, would you agree with this in principle, would not be able to give us enough assurance. We'd still have to go out and consult.
I see, got it, thank you.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, I think I'm getting clearer. Just a couple of points of clarification. When you said you haven't got a date yet to come back to us on the development contributions until after the LTP, did you mean after June 2024?
No, so the development contributions policy work will come to you between now and Christmas likely, or it could be between now and March. I'm not sure of the timeframes. That will provide a base for the underlying information to go in the long-term plan around what we're proposing for the development contribution revenue. But we would be consulting on the development contribution policy separately, and it wouldn't be finalised till post the LTP.
And thank you, that's much clearer now for me, thank you. And number 13, are you saying that even if we put this in and agreed to it, you'd still have to do a whole lot of work when you had more specific ideas? So in actual fact, am I thinking that this doesn't really have officer support?
Look, that's a decision for you as the council to make.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Have you got a question about your own? Well, you can't speak again till the right of reply. So the seconder, Councillor Paul?
Yes, so I'm going to support these. I'm going to thank Councillor Brown for seeking the information that he needs to investigate what he sees to be as a potential solution to some of these issues that he's raised. And I just wanted some certainty from my colleague that he knew the difference between a runway extension and a seawall on number 13. Thanks.
Debate. Pauiwi Kelly.
Okay, I'm going to start the debate because when I saw this, I thought, well, that's really clever. And I still actually believe that this is really clever because I strongly support development contributions, and I believe that everybody who builds anything in the city has got to pay their share of the extra infrastructure that goes into whatever they're building. And I have to say that when I didn't think it was a dwell project, but it's come twice where we have agreed to waiver the development contribution, and I don't support that because I strongly believe that we all have got to pay our share to the infrastructure. Now, if this was in there, if we had this targeted rate for developments, then I would support it because it's still being paid, and the development contribution is still being paid. It's just not being paid up front, but the end user is still paying for the infrastructure and the building that they live in. I hope I'm still got you with me here. But so the main reason why I think that this is great is I think it's innovative, and it's looking outside the square, and it's also a way that's going to encourage affordable living and affordable housing, because they'll still be paying for it, but they can get into the house now, and that's what I support. And what I have real question marks about all the time is the developers, when they're doing their on-charging, are they really on-charging, or are they on-charging plus? And so at least this way it can be managed. So what the end user is paying, they will know right from the start that their rates are going to be this little bit higher because they've had to pay for the infrastructure to get into their house, but they know that, but they can still afford to buy the house to get into it. Have you followed me? But so I think this is really clever, Councillor Brown, and innovative. And while I accept what our officers are saying, that they would prefer development contributions, so do I. But I think that in the environment that we're in, and the economic environment that we're in now, that we have to look outside the square. We've got to look for other opportunities and other ways to do things. And at the end of the day, this is our decision to make. And what we are asking the officers to do is to review the merit. So we're asking them to go and have a look at it. We're not saying we're going to do it, but we want them to go and to get a little bit more thinking into it and give us a bit more evidence base that we should only be doing development contribution. So, and I don't really have a view on 13. I got totally confused with that part, but no doubt we'll see what they say. But yeah, I support this.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, Puiwi, Liz Kelly. I think you've articulated some good arguments. Councillor Brown, through the chair, I was in two minds about this because I took the advice of Mr Hodgetts seriously. You know, like, I think the idea that we need to provide certainty is really important, and you get the money up front. But look, I'm going to support you because it is just some work being done. I accept the argument that we need to look at all avenues for getting all the infrastructure built that we need and housing. The second one, definitely strongly support you. Thank you for that, because like I said, I was looking at doing something. It is a bit tricky because of the advice that we've got from officers that we don't have necessarily a direct plan at the moment. But look, Auckland has got a rate around climate change. We need to be doing the same. We're not talking millions of dollars. We're talking billions of dollars needed of investment in the city, and we're just going to have to show the government that we're using every mechanism that we've got available when we go and ask for them to give us money. Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, and thank you very much to my esteemed colleague, Liz Kelly. I have the absolute greatest respect for Councillor Brown's knowledge and what he intends to achieve with this. However, I'd like to actually use his arguments for this in the opposite direction. Now, he talks about development contributions versus the rate levy on properties, but as far as I know, in my experience, when people look at buying a property, they look at the cost of actually getting in there. Very rarely do they look at the cost of the rates afterwards and the cost of actually maintaining those properties. And I believe it's more important for the council to actually receive this money in development contributions first, because we need the money as well. And so I think that I would oppose his motion for those reasons. He was talking about dual developments and how in a recent council meeting we agreed to waive those development contributions. I think, again, that's another thing that we shouldn't be doing, because those development contributions are so important to the council budget. They're so important. They've been calculated. The council officers have that money allocated to projects that we're working on. And so we shouldn't be, I guess, playing around and trying to sort of juggle those funds. And so for that reason, despite, as I said, my respect for Councillor Brown, I will be voting against this. Thank you.
I think there might be some interesting votes on. Sorry, I'm next on the speaker. I put myself next on the speaking order. I think there might be some very interesting voting on these amendments, and I'm very interested to see, regardless of the outcome, what they are. Because I'm probably tend to be swayed by Mr. Hodgett's advice, and tend to think 12. Because I don't want to discourage development, and also because the example that people are giving about Dwell, that really is a place for the Affordable Housing Fund, and we're looking at that mechanism to do it outside of ratings or development contributions. So, yes, quickly me, and I have Councillor Randall next.
Yes, I mean, I think, so I'm going to support this, and I've listened very carefully. I'm actually going to pick up on, even though I voted against it, Councillor Pennett's previous amendment, where she talked about having as many tools in the toolbox as possible. And for me, this is really going to explore potentially an important tool which might, it might work, it may not work. It's hard to tell. I have been involved previously with some targeted rate stuff around the regional council, because a lot of the regional council's funding, in fact most of the regional council's funding, that comes through via a targeted rate, not a general rate. They've got a very big targeted rate on, for example, transport, which makes the Wellington CBD business pay an extra high amount, and that partly reflects the fact that they've got an expensive rail service that brings in lots of people, and they get a special benefit, so they get a special rate to help pay for that. And I just see that in the city, where there are different parts of the city have very different challenges, having some mechanism to target investment on a rating basis, I think would be very useful in certain circumstances. And I think it's very important that we explore that, and that we also try and get the public view on that. So in the aim of trying to find out about how this tool may or may not work, I really think it's actually potentially very exciting, because if it does work, it could be absolutely perfect for certain things. So I want to explore it, and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon, to add to this multiple beautiful patchwork of views.
Interesting discussion. So 12, yes, I am conflicted, so I'm just going to have to sit on that one for a little bit. I can see the merits. I'm keen to explore it, actually, just to understand what the opportunity is there, and if there is one. What I am concerned about in 13, while I am all for considering a target rate for climate action, I am concerned about resilience, because we have, in case it sets an expectation that we would fund projects that protect private property, and really this is a challenge we're going to have going forward. So it's that expectation that I'm concerned about. That's all from me.
Councillor McNulty.
All right. Liz pointed out quite rightly, we have waived quite a few development contributions in this council, and I'll be honest, each one we do makes it harder to say no to the next one. So I do like the look of number 12 at looking at some alternatives around that, and I'm leaning on supporting that one. But I'm going to be no on 13, and I'm going to walk 2 kilometres down the road and put on my Councillor Calvert hat. And so we task officers in this council with an enormous amount of work very often, and this might just be a little bit too much for this paper. And I take the hypocrisy, having just agreed to them to also do some consultation on Iona's amendment, but I do see that we already have a very full paper, and I think that we'll have other mechanisms to look at this, and these problems aren't going away and might not be appropriate for the rates review. So I'll be a split vote today.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, look, I think these are really big issues to come to us via an amendment, and you know, I think that's why we will see a variety of voting, because I think that they're not actually very straightforward for us to decide on in the time frame that we've got to decide on it. I'm actually leaning towards saying no to 12, listening to officer advice on that one, and having just supported Iona's amendment to try and find ways to improve infrastructure, I feel it would be a bit inconsistent not to actually support 13. I feel that there are a huge amount of challenges in the city, and we actually do need to have a look at every kind of way we can find to fund them. So, and yet I may even change my mind on that, having listened to more debates. So,
We might be nearly out. I think we are out. Councillor Brown, that's your right of reply, 3 minutes.
No. Look, just to sort of specifically comment on Tony and Liz's comments, both of which I totally agree with. What we're really trying to do here is give ourselves additional tools in the toolbox. There's no immediate practical implications of agreeing to review these two sorts of rates or two changes to the rates policy. Any specific rate that actually eventuated out of this would have to come through a specific policy with all of the associated consultation in due course. This is about understanding the macro perspective, if you like, of these things. I'd just like to, I think in terms of, Ben's point that he felt that 13 would be, sort of too much work. I don't really see this as being an enormously large amount of additional work for officers. When I've been meeting with people in the community to talk about the rates review, this topic was raised. And so the reason I would like it to be part of the review is that I feel that it is an area which there is actually a lot of interest. I also disagree with Liam that somehow rather having a targeted rate for developer contributions as an alternative, we're not saying we're going to get rid of developer contributions, we're just giving ourselves the ability to be able to do targeted rates as an option is not going to discourage developers. But if they are, if Willis Bond and the Wellington Company and the others actually look at the ratings policy and they come back and say this is a bad thing, we shouldn't do this, well, good on them. I mean, let's hear what they've got to say. I think Ray's maths is truly odd, so I'd just like to actually comment on that. Ray, what we're talking about is we're talking about lowering the developer contribution that we'd receive from a developer up front. So the cost of a development will actually go down, but the people who have ended up owning the property, they will end up paying higher rates. So that the whole initiative here is about lowering the cost of development, but not so that it's not a net cost to the council, so that we are compensated for foregoing any developer contributions by getting the income over time through the rates that their property will pay in future. So, but again, it's a tool in the toolbox type initiative. So the reason I would like us to do this is that I feel that targeted rates are something we should be considering. They're important. And I know that there's a lot of community interest in this topic, and I think we'll get some interesting submissions, and I would like to actually have the document that go out allow for those submissions, which is really what I'm requesting.
All right, we will go to the most fascinating vote of the year with a division, and we will take them separately. See some unusual political alliances form. So first of all, we are doing 12. That is carried. Ray? Love your work. All right, 13. Yeah, the division on both, yeah. Nereden? He's trying to make a deal. And it wasn't needed, so that is also carried. Right, we now move back to the substantive. Is there debate on the substantive? Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And I'm pleased to see that there has been a comprehensive look at the differential, because this has been the source of concern for some time, in particular how we've been able to adjust our policy depending on how much money we needed or how much we needed to balance the books between residential and commercial. And I just want to draw everybody's attention, and I did miss it in the paper, but it's there in clause 28, about the number of rating units we have. So we have approximately 82,000 rating units for the whole city. Approximately 76,000 of those are residential, and about 4,900 are commercial. So we just need to think about, so not only the values of the total values of those properties, but also the actual units. And I think that's really important, because it's easy to say, well, commercial can pay 43% or 40% of the general rate take, but we need to understand who's impacted by that. And I think everyone's struggling, not just individuals, but also businesses, as we're seeing a sort of well-known Wellingtonian company, Wishbone, just closed the doors. And so we can't keep treating our businesses as cash cows. And they've also said to us, we want consistency. Whatever it is, we want consistency, and we want to ensure that whatever rules you set, you apply that fairly. And so having this out for consultation, and us sticking to whatever we decide at the end, I think they will really appreciate that. So look, I certainly will support this going out, and I think it'll be interesting to see the feedback. The other thing is, I know people are very keen to see vacant land perhaps being treated differently. I just want to draw everyone's attention to our vacant land. So we might have to eat our own dog food. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Free.
Thank you. I'm fairly comfortable with what we've decided on, all up. But I do think there's an issue that was actually made clear to us by the public participant this morning about affordability, and we really it would be very good to keep that in mind. We did some work on rates affordability, looking at our rates as a percentage of the average income compared to other cities and what they charge. I think there's a general sort of acceptance in New Zealand at the moment that rates should be no more than about 5% of the average, because they are quite coercive. So rates you pay whether you have a big income or a small income, and yes, sometimes people are in houses which they're paying a lot of rates on because they haven't yet shifted or downsized, but nevertheless those rates can be quite a burden. And I have found myself over time shifting more to the side of the table that would say this is actually something we really need to be thinking about. So I'd like to see us very cognizant of the choices that we make through the LTP. Obviously this is just about going out to consultation, but that is a point I'm going to make now, and probably you'll hear a bit more about it from me over time. I'm pleased that we are sticking for the time being with the capital value. I think there's a lot of change for people, and it's a system which people do understand. It's offset by the vacant land rate, which I think is good. I'm a bit disappointed that we haven't addressed the SNA issue, and it's still there. It hasn't been yet decided whether we will have SNAs on urban residential land, and it was an amendment that we did pass that we would look at a package to incentivise people if they're in that position, or give them rates relief. But we've clearly put that one down the line. I'm kind of haven't forgotten about it though. It will come back. But all up, I think this is a good package.
I cannot see any other hands up. Just a very brief right of reply. I wouldn't interpret the rephasing as a decision on capital versus land. I mean, I think that it's really just that that we have, phasing the work to give us all time and the community time to have that conversation. So is there anything that people want taken separately? Please no. No? Okay, we will go to the vote. Oh, carried unanimously. That's beautiful. Now we are going to take a 5-minute adjournment, just so we can have a discussion about the items on the rest of the agenda. So 5 minutes, just a wharepaku break. We'll come back and we will probably do another couple of items, those little ones, and have an update on the timing of the rest of the day. Thank you. So that's everybody that's in the room. So just one question, what time will Kai be here? 11. Oh, it's coming through. So there will be food, so you can eat during that break as well. The printed copies are down the back and will be distributed now. So we will come back at 12:15. So that's another few little minutes there as well. 12:15. See you then.
Brown's
Yep.
and the targeted rates.
Yep.
and it is gone 12:15, so we will begin. We will begin. So I just want to note two small changes, which we'll note again when other people are back, which is in your, the words takaihiri have been removed from the commitment, and there is "and buildings" somewhere. And we are not printing off a copy for you all to remove those 4 words, but we are getting one printed copy for anybody who would like to check in on that. So, right, so we now move on to this item. And so I'm going to, well, I need to go back to my chair's notes. I'm just winging it like an idiot. Yes, I would like to invite Baz to the table to introduce the paper.
Should we call our colleagues back in the interest, or...?
Someone has gone to fetch them.
Oh, fetch them. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Fetch them, but to advise them that the time that we agreed has now come to be.
Thank you very much.
Afternoon, councillors. Just by way of a very brief introduction, right at the start of the training, when we talked to you about the LTP and the process, we agreed that we would review outcomes, the vision and the priorities, and so subsequent to that we undertook a substantive community consultation exercise that included workshops with the community in different wards, as well as sector-based meetings. And in addition to that, we carried out consultation online, and that produced a substantive body of information. We also looked at the performance of the city, lots of performance data, and looked at overseas jurisdictions in terms of examples. From that, we did lots of analysis. Kieran and the team did lots of analysis, and that's all been synthesised down into the strategic vision and outcomes and priorities that you've got in front of you. I think it's a significant step in terms of where we've come from. We've got the commitment in there, and of course we've got the approaches, which is something new that we haven't had in the past as well, and they talk to how we do things, and they cut across the different outcomes, so it's a very nice addition. So the recommended framework is in front of you. It will underpin the next steps and stages of the LTP development. It is comprehensive. We understand and have had a look through the amended substantive, and we're happy with the changes that are being proposed. And so we'll leave it there, but we're happy to take any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Pannett, first of all.
Thank you. Just really quickly, so there will be Te Reo Māori headings on all of these?
So as part of normal course of action, that's what we do for all of our documents, yes.
Any other questions? No, he said his was answered. So to councillors who have just arrived, there are 2 small changes in the version to be moved by the Mayor. The words takaihiri have been removed from the commitment, so it just says our commitment. And buildings. It was infrastructure and buildings under resilience. So that is changed in the document. There is a printed copy. I think, has it been emailed? Okay. But there will be a printed copy here, but it's just 4 words, so I didn't want to waste all those papers. Doesn't look like there are any other questions. Thank you so much. Oh, Ray, did you have a question of officers? It's and resilient infrastructure and buildings under
the outcomes.
Outcomes.
Urban form. Oh, it's the urban form outcome on page.
Yes, right. So it's up on the screen.
Yeah.
A livable and accessible compact city and buildings fit for growth. Okay, so that's in there. It's just it's this middle box on your screen.
There were just a couple of tweaks that were missed through this editing process over the last couple of days.
But as you can understand, quite a complex time. Right, I'm now going to hand over to the Mayor, who's going to move.
Kia ora koutou, very, very happy to move this. And first of all, want to thank all councillors and officers, especially Kieran, Michael, Kieran, Moana and Baz, but also Michael, all of their hard work and collaboration on this document. What I'm putting forward are edits that I agree with and get consensus on. So it covers things like, more emphasis on the arts, highlighting our role as a capital and creative city, more support for our suburbs as well as our city centre, how we engage with our community and follow transparent processes and good governance. This is on top of a plan that already prioritises affordable housing, a thriving city, te ao Māori, fixing our pipes, and of course climate action. I acknowledge this does not go far enough for some councillors and have recommended that they put those through as separate amendments to go through our usual process, and I will be supporting one or two depending on how they've been worded, but I will accept where your vote will lie and still hope that we continue working together moving forward. So let's put forward the best plan where we become the best creative capital, where people and nature thrive in Aotearoa and the world. And in a time where things may feel bleak to a lot of people, this plan does give me hope. Kia ora.
I'm going to second, and I'm going to reserve my right to speak. So have we got some amendments?
The chair would adjourn so that the amendments could be read and circulated.
That was all supposed to happen within the 40 minutes that we took. But let's take another 5 minutes. Thank you.
Right, okay.
articulated. So I will go to Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to move a list of 11 amendments items, and really this, we're onto the long-term plan now. This is really, really important. This sets the direction for the city for the next 3 years, and I want to make some comments as to why we're putting up these amendments. First of all, I think it's really important that the long-term plan reflect what the city wants. And these amendments are being put forward because what has been drafted doesn't really quite reflect what we saw in the residents' feedback. The residents' feedback had a different set of emphasis, emphasis around much more on infrastructure, financial sustainability, accessible Wellington in terms of transport. But I also appreciate that in this process, behind the scenes, there's been a lot of work done, notably by the Mayor, and I do want to thank her for working through and seeing where there's some middle ground. Unfortunately, it seems that we didn't really shift to reflect where many councillors sit. I want to quickly just highlight a couple of things in the amendments. In the vision, and I think it's really interesting around the Te Ao Māori that we have a vision that's now both in English and Maori. I appreciate that. But we really believe that the English should say Wellington, not Ponaki. Wellington is the name that people recognise for us, and that should be reflected in the vision. It's very important that we recognise who we are and all the different parts of the city who see Wellington in their life. The other thing I want to highlight is some of the strategic priorities. In particular, I think there's a couple of priorities that aren't listed. Yes, there is a section in there in the arts, but really the arts is really part of Wellington's character, and it needs its own priority. We can't lose track of that, and so we are suggesting to take it out from where it is, sort of, to be perfectly honest, bolted on the end of another priority, and give it its own strategic priority. That's only right. And, I know the Mayor, for example, herself has come out and said that she wants to champion the arts, and we're trying to reflect that. The other one is financial. As a city, we've been under pressure financially for a long time. We've had some really big knocks. A few years ago, we discovered just how bad our infrastructure is, and we've been struggling financially to try and cover all of the areas that we need to cover. We are starting to reach the limit of our debt, and even if there's not a strategic priority, it will be a major constraint on us going forward. We should recognise that an aim of our future is to achieve a financially sustainable budget, and to recognise the impact of our rates and fees on our residents and businesses. That's a priority that needs to be in balance with everything else, the other priorities we've got across the city. I also want to highlight the transport one. Yes, we've got move more people with less vehicles. This is the Let's Get Wellington Moving watchword. I'm not sure if the council should tie itself so tightly to Let's Get Wellington Moving, success or failure, in having this phrase. Really what we want, and it's again reflected overwhelmingly in the residential feedback, is that we want to promote public transport in active modes. And in doing this change, we want to make sure that our priority as a council, is focused on that goal, without the burden of being involved with all the politics that are around Let's Get Wellington Moving. I think it's a more straightforward goal, rather than being a mantra that's actually been discredited, really. So it sort of says the same thing, but it says it in a way that says this city is actually focused on this thing. And if the government changes, if Let's Get Wellington Moving changes, the government just today has announced a realignment. I think it's about the 6th review where they're going to get Let's Get Wellington Moving to become more decisive. Really, we can't put our eggs in that basket. And also, it doesn't reflect all the other work that this city is doing outside Let's Get Wellington Moving, with Pāniki and that sort of stuff. So no, it needs to stand on its own merits about what our priority is, and I think that that those words reflect that better. Lastly, I want to say that this is really important in terms of how us as a council, are going to work together. We've got a whole mix of representation around the council table, and we really want an LTP where all parts of our community can see their voice, their outcomes that they need are reflected in this plan. And that's why I ask you to take each of these seriously, take them on their merits, but also in the spirit of having a long-term plan that all councillors can vote for. I ask you to seriously consider whether or not you can support each or most of these amendments. Because, this is going to set the tone for the rest of the long-term plan, how we act in this vote. Thank you.
Councillor Brown, do you wish to speak now? No. Okay. Debate. Oh, questions of officers? Yeah. So, who wants to go on a question list? Deputy Mayor Foon. See if anybody can answer it. Oh, I have a question if you're still thinking, Laurie. My question is about the transport one and how that does fit in with our other work. Because these are the words that I have understood to come to us in multiple forms and multiple papers. So I just want to get some advice on the impact of that change.
Sure. Councillor Randall is correct that it's one of the kind of catchphrases that's been associated with Let's Get Wellington Moving. It has also been adopted as a policy principle in the spatial plan that was adopted in the last triennium, so we have had some direction from Council on that. Officers couldn't support an amendment that was put up to differentiate ourselves from Let's Get Wellington Moving because we are a partner in Let's Get Wellington Moving, and if we are going to change the principles of Let's Get Wellington Moving, that should be a discussion between 3 partners. So on that basis alone, we would not support the amendment, but supporting PT in active modes is great. I think moving more people with fewer vehicles does cover off the direction that we've been given by Council across Pāniki Pōneke Bike Network Plan and district plan changes for the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, for example, to remove minimum car parking requirements. So I think across the board, moving more people with fewer vehicles is something that meets the aspirations that you've set as a direction for a council.
Thank you. I have a question from Pauiwi Hohaia. You got a question? Or you want to go and debate? Oh, I'll save you. Deputy Mayor Foon, are you ready with a question?
Yeah, maybe the question could be of officers. Just there are a few there, so I know that just these words are really hard for the policy that's been set and worked on already. Is there any you could feed back on that really don't sit with what we're trying to achieve through the feedback? Or have we not got enough time to really assess it?
Perhaps if I answer that, Councillor Foon. I think in the end, this is really for the elected members around the table to decide whether or not these kind of gel or fit with the overall scheme that the Mayor has put up. We really haven't had the time to kind of go one by one and go, well, this could be supported or not. I think it's, at the end of the day, apart from that one, like the transport one, it's really a political decision as to whether or not you support these.
did you have a question? Councillor?
Cool, again for officers. My question would be number 3, 4, 6, 9 and 10. Do you support those amendments? If not, why not?
I think Stephen's just answered, but let's have a look at them. So what were the numbers again? We've got the printed. Baz?
Ultimately, these. I just want to reiterate what Stephen said. This is, now in the political realm, and it's up to you to decide. We can have some observations. We haven't had a lot of time to look at these either. In terms of well-resourced versus efficient, I guess that's the last one that you mentioned there. Probably, in our view, efficient does make more sense in terms of wording. In terms of the community facilities one, is it the outcome or the priority?
Just on that one, I would say the question to Baz and Kieran whether or not that actually aligns with the draft plan that was already out for consultation. I can't remember, but you might.
So the original wording aligned with the draft plan. The changed wording in the amended substantive aligns but not as well, and changing connected from thriving to connected. It doesn't make much difference.
So I guess to sum up, I think it's back in your court.
Yeah, it kind of is.
So is that fair to say? Is that fair to say, just like number 10 is very clear, it's just like well-resourced and efficient, it's just wording. Number 6 is also similar to that. It's not a big impact on what we already did consulting.
I've got an additional question which might help clarify. So officers have been involved in the process this week to go through amendments and check where they align with existing policies and practices and, all of those things. So the Mayor's version was where we got to from those suggestions that we had come from multiple places. Do you want to explain that process, how you contributed to that process?
Absolutely. So as per normal process, we created the paper that's here for your consideration. There were a number of amendments that were wanted from a variety of different councillors, and staff from the Mayor's office as well as strategy worked collectively to have conversations with the Mayor's office and councillors. We've reviewed what the amended substantive is. We've gone through that in a reasonable level of detail, and we're comfortable with the amended substantive that was tabled.
Thank you. Now, my understanding is 10 is in the document. So with the agreement of the movers, can we agree to not put an amendment that's already in there?
Where I can see it in the box, it actually says it's already been changed.
So it's in the outcomes but not in the focus.
I think that's listed under economic wellbeing focus. That's the page.
It's in the more important bit earlier on.
We're just trying to make it help. We're just trying to be helpful.
So there's a number of flow-on effects that still need to happen,
Need to be worked through.
that need to happen. So one of the resolutions that Elysian Democracy Services have added to the list of recommendations is that delegation is moved to the Mayor and the CEO to make those minor editorial adjustments that need to happen as a consequence of decisions at today's committee meeting.
Absolutely. Your amendment puts it in a different place. You move it as sorry, I thought because it was in that other place, it was already in the document. My apologies. Councillor Pannett, do you have a question?
Yeah, I possibly do support well-resourced so that people can do their jobs. So, but is that something that's already been accepted as an amendment?
Okay. All right. Okay. That's the end of questions for officers. I have a question actually. The accessibility and inclusivity approach that lists a group of people, did that come from consultation?
It came from our staff that work in that space, and the intention is to highlight that there are many different. When people think about accessibility, they mostly think about the physical impairment, such as wheelchair accessibility, and so it was to highlight actually that it affects more people than you realise, and that's a common list that they use.
Thank you. All right, are there any other questions? So we'll move to debate on these amendments. If anybody wants to say anything, Councillor Calvert. I saw you. Oh, yes, sorry, yes, Holden, you were on my list from before. Apologies.
Thank you. I'll just speak to the proposal to replace Pōneke with Wellington. I mean, I support retaining the use of the word Pōneke in our vision statement, and I support that for a couple of reasons. The first one is we're trying to promote this place as the creative capital of Aotearoa. What better way to promote it than to use the brand Pōneke as opposed to Wellington? I mean, I'm sorry, but who was the Duke of Wellington anyway? I'm just not sure. Did he even come here? Pōneke has a history. It's associated with this place. It's our place. There's an argument, people say, well, it's a transliteration of Port Nicholson. Yes, it is, but there's also a traditional story associated with Pōneke, with the name Pōneke. It talks about moving in the night, and my ancestors, there is one kōrero that goes that my ancestors had to move in the night to remain safe, Pōnekeneke. So it's an important name, and it's one that we should retain and use to promote our city. The other one is Pōneke has a currency. It's got a currency that is now widely known and understood, and I think it's going to help our brand to use the word Pōneke. I mean, Wellington, yeah, Pōneke, it's funkier than Wellington, I've got to say. I'll leave it there. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Councillor Calvert.
Well, I actually agree with a lot what Puiwi Hohaia has said, but I think when we talk about a brand, we need to be certain about what that brand is, and I think Wellington still has a lot of currency as well, and it is part of our heritage, and it's the name that a lot of people know the city as. What we're saying here is that there's room for both. What happened? In the original, there was not room for both. Wellington was not being mentioned at all. So what we're saying is, in true partnership, there should be room for both. So I definitely support that. I just want to clarify around the community facilities. If you recall back the community facilities plan, there was a number of recreation fields, facilities not included in that plan because they didn't have a building on them. So for this, adding in recreation really highlights that it's not just those bricks and mortar stuff, it's actually the grounds that people play sport on, and that's we understand the value the sport and active recreation brings to the city. We need to elevate the arts up, we say we are the creative capital. We want to promote that we are the premier arts place in Wellington, and we really need to give it its own priority. What we heard from the community feedback sessions was that they wanted us to invest in more in the arts, and to make sure that we do nurture and grow them, because they've had a pretty tough time over the last few years. And this is our strategic priorities over the next 3 years. So really, what are we going to be focusing on? And we need to put arts as part of the fabric of Wellington. It's a cornerstone, and it shouldn't just be tacked on the end of another priority. But it's relevant. It does support our economy. It does support our communities to be connected, but it does need its own focus. And more importantly, we've just seen with the the music school potentially being disrupted considerably, that's going to impact on our city. More than ever in the next 3 years, we really got to keep our eye on the money. And I know we've got a strategic approach, which is value for money, and that gets added in every time. But this time, for the next 3 years, we really do. We know our financial state of a city is not in the best. We know we're going to have to make some hard choices going forward, and we need to keep that focus and the priority. And we've been hearing a lot from our community as things are really tough for them. They can't afford the rates increases. They can't afford the increase in fees, and we're going to have to look at that. So this is where the priorities are really where we need to be focused on. There's a lot of priorities. I would have liked to remove a couple, to be honest, but this is all about getting consensus. And I think, as Councillor Randall said, is we need to make sure we are reflective of our whole city, not just in terms of how many votes there are on this council. We had a lot of community feedback. We ran sessions, or the officers ran sessions and did a survey form. And we really need to see more of that feedback reflected in this strategic framework going forward. So I hope everyone does support all of these amendments. Thank you.
All right, I'll go. Kia ora koutou. Just very briefly, I'm not in favour of adding additional strategic priorities, and I think for the reasons actually that Councillor Calvert just alluded to about spreading ourselves very thinly. And I believe the arts has been lifted up in this document in a variety of ways, including in the vision, that really, and I'm grateful to councillors for suggesting that and pushing us on that. However, I think it has happened, and I think we've done it and we've achieved it. And I think adding in, 10 is too many strategic priorities. And we are now having to go through the process, yes, with these words and make decisions with limited resources, limited time, all of those things. So I think it was important that it was in there, but I don't think it should be a separate priority. I'm not in favour of an amendment that removes marginalised groups from being listed in here, and my work on AAG would tell me do not do that, because it is very important for people to see themselves in the document, and so I won't be agreeing to that. I don't. The transport issue was, very well covered off to me in officer advice. The risk, the way it disconnects this document from past decisions, that I think we need to be coherent in the way that we move forward, and that actually with transport, we can't. Not every mode can win. We are going to need. And I know on a personal level, I make those decisions about, we try and rationalise our car trips as much as we can, and I believe lots of people are doing that all over the city for reasons to do with climate, but also for reasons to do with economy, and for reasons to do with health, lots of things. So I don't support that one, and I just want to tautoko poiwi hohaia that Wellington is everywhere. We have the name here. The documents will all be on a website, wcc.gov.nz, our emails. Nobody is confused about that this is a long-term plan for Wellington City, and it doesn't harm anyone. to just have pōneke in there. It helps us, and it is again consistent with the policies that we have around naming and use of te reo Māori and normalising it throughout our city. And that's how we will get there, by not every single time putting an English word in. So thank you all. And I just want to acknowledge, I really want to acknowledge the process for this week and the work that has gone in from, I probably won't speak again, but the Mayor and her office, and I particularly want to acknowledge the work of Karen Merriman, but that actually there's been already the document that the Mayor presented had changed for me in ways that I wasn't super duper 100% comfortable with, but that I could support. And there's a couple of changes in here that for me that would take it beyond that, but I just want to acknowledge that we have done a lot of work over many days to try and get to a point where it's something people could live with. I also want to acknowledge Councillor Pannett, who has restrained herself from making any amendments, and she also just made one amendment earlier. So yeah, it's, you know, this is a collective product that has to represent us all. And I think a couple of these amendments I'll probably vote for that I can live with, but overall, I think it was good as it was.
Thanks very much, and I welcome the input in from everyone. I have to admit that when I looked at these amendments, I sort of looked at some of them and I thought, well, is that actually necessary? Because it almost says the same thing, and I think a lot of them are just open to interpretation. But overall, I think that I keep going back to what we're all here for. I mean, we all want to do the very, very best for Wellington. So, but to do that, we need to have unity, and I think that with unity comes inclusiveness. And so, yes, we want to include everyone in on what we're actually doing. We want agreement for people. We want to say, yes, you are included in all of this. That's why I think that, you know, and I'll jump around a little bit here, but when you start naming particular groups, that's fine, because, and I understand what you mean about, you know, these groups want to be specifically highlighted and included. But I attend a lot of migrant and new immigrant groups, and they say, well, you know, we keep talking about this, but what about us, and what about this? And so I think to include, you know, all the different groups that say that is actually quite difficult, and it does make it a lot more cumbersome. So that's why, again, thinking about inclusiveness, I think we should say we include all communities. We're here for everyone, and that sort of takes me back to when I was working in the States, and I asked people, why is it that Americans are so patriotic, New Zealanders aren't? You know, so you've got this thing about your own flag, you're raising the flag, the national anthem, that sort of thing. And so the answer came to me was that when we see people who come into the States, we're a country of immigrants, exactly the same as what New Zealand is. And what we're saying to them is that, look, we don't care where you come from, you're now an American, so here are all the things to be proud about being an American. So we're not saying exclude your culture or exclude anything that from your background. We are including everything. So we are truly a country of inclusiveness. And I understand that sort of on recent news from America, you know, you wouldn't think that. But this is the intention. And I think that's why the intention in New Zealand should also be the same. You know, we're far too divisive. And so when you include things like, if you look at the vision statement and putting Wellington in there, I think we've got Pōneke sort of directly underneath it. So we are being inclusive. We are including all those people who associate themselves with Wellington, and we also include the people who associate themselves with the Pōneke. So it doesn't matter where the name came from. It's how people identify as being a citizen of Wellington. It's how people are proud of saying, oh, look, I live in Wellington, or I'm from Wellington, I'm very proud of the city, I'm proud of what we do here, I'm proud to be here. So we need to be inclusive. We should stop taking things out and trying to highlight one thing over another. So that's why, I mean, some of these amendments, I think that they're neither here nor there, and I think the interpretation could be the thing that divides these things. But I do think that it is trying to be inclusive. It is trying to sort of look at everyone and say that, look, whatever you think about any of these things, we want to include you or not. We're very, very happy to listen to you. We are listening to you, and we are putting these things down there. So that's where we are. So I will be supporting these. Thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. I wasn't meant to be speaking, but a bit of Councillor there, you mentioned a bit of about identity, and giving an example of the Americans. I think that is a bit of an issue here. As someone who is an immigrant and refugee community background, I'm very proud to be living here, bringing my identity, keeping my identity as well, while incorporating some of the identities that already exist here. Part of that is I'm proudly a Pōneke. I want to see Pōneke to be the city. That's where my children grow up. Who should have a say on Wellington or Pōneke if it includes, as you said, all of us? I am on opposite side of you, Councillor, in supporting Pōneke. So I think seeing all immigrants as if we are in the same category, opposing in that, as you frame it, is a bit wrong. And I've been working with the community in a big way. I know the community very well. I got involved with the refugee communities and leadership and African communities and the multicultural. I think the community that I know is a community that celebrates the identity of Pōneke, and the community that welcomes Pōneke to be the name of their city. And I think that is why it becomes very difficult for me to support number 9, even though it talks about communities that experience discrimination are supported. I want to see that. I want that actually to be part of the most of the things that we do. However, in a way that it was framed in this case is in the United States, as you said, when people like me say, my life matter, everybody, those who you say, says, oh, our life matters as well, which is a bit of not the right way to do the advocacy. So I will be standing here and supporting number 1 against number 1, Wellington not to be included in it. So I'll be voting for Pōneke. Number 9, again, I will be voting against because of the same reason that I said we need to support our communities, but the way it's framed in number 9 is a bit, I disagree, but maybe the person who put an amendment, their intention might be different, but that is my interpretation at this stage. But I'm supporting number 3, 4, and 7 and 10 at this stage. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora. I just want to, I don't know if I want to thank you for bringing the amendments, but I respect that you've brought the amendments. But I can say it's been a really big week of really trying to navigate getting everyone's wishes already in the Mayor's document. And I can say I'm really exhausted, but I appreciate that this is your right to do this. So what I do want to say is I can't support number 1 because for me, we went out with Pōneke when we went out to the public, so it was there. And also, I am just respecting Pauiwi Hohaia's kōrero, and I get really excited about our brand and being different. So for me, Pōneke, just getting around at the local government conference, seeing people adopt their Māori te reo names has been really exciting for me across Aotearoa. So I really welcome Wellington starting to, just enjoy Pōneke as our name. I do want to support 7 though, Councillor Matthews, I do thank you for bringing this because I agree we cannot let our arts community not be a priority, so I am prepared to support that one absolutely. And just on the strategic approaches that I thought that value for money and effective delivery is the essence of what we're trying to do here, and that financial sustainability must come in there as part of that. So I'm not clear on what that one is trying to achieve next to the one that we have, so I'm not voting for that. I can't get through the rest, but that's just to give you an indication of where I am. Thank you.
Councillor Free.
Oh, thank you, everybody. And look, I think we do need to acknowledge that we've been through quite a process on this already, including, some time to talk amongst ourselves as to, our thoughts. In the spirit of unity, I'm actually going to live with Pōneke. In my heart, I kind of would have preferred Wellington because I think that there is that partnership aspect to have, the European name with the Māori name. But I'm listening to the fact that some people feel very passionate about this, and I can live with Pōneke being elevated into both statements. But I am going to ask for your favourable consideration to number 6. Now, those of you who know me for a while know I'm really, really, really passionate about public transport and about people actually being able to get transport to things. And for me, that word connected is actually quite important. And I think it's better than thriving, because we've got sustainable and accessible, but for me the connectedness is actually a really important part of community facilities. I also do support, and you can take connected in a variety of ways. It means that the community is actually connected into it. It means people can physically connect to it. It means that there's a connection between the facilities and they make part of a coherent whole. I also do support including recreation facilities, and I think that that's actually that number 6 does pick up on some important little pieces that would add value to our document. I want to speak about the moving more people with fewer vehicles. Actually, I thought that was one thing Let's Get Welly Moving got absolutely right, was that phrase, we want to move more people with fewer vehicles. What I think this also speaks to is actually when you use motorised vehicles, you can car share, you can carpool, you can actually do creative things with motor vehicles, as well as it's more than just public transport and active transport. Of those are obviously really important. So this isn't so much about actually staying connected to Let's Get Welly Moving. I just think that it was actually quite a brilliant little phrase that summed up things really well about what we're trying to achieve. There are one or two other things that I will, having listened to your, what you've said about the Accessibility Advisory Group, I'm going to live with the long list. First of all, I looked at it and thought, gosh, that's quite a list. And there is the ability to leave someone out. But having heard what you've said, Councillor Matthews, I'm happy to live with that. And I can't go through everything. I think I would ask for people to really consider whether they can support number 6. That's basically where I've landed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brown.
Thanks. Just on the first one, I was actually quite surprised to hear Holden's comments about the justification of the only using the word Pōneke, because I thought that there was a strong cultural relevance to that. It would have caused me a lot more thought. But to suggest that we should use only the word Pōneke as a way of promoting Wellington as the creative capital, I don't feel that is sufficient. I mean, the issue about this document is that it is meant to be a strategic statement that is accessible and is sort of it shouldn't necessarily go out of its way to be confrontational. So, and I think the problem which we've got with the word Pōneke versus Wellington, and personally I would have favoured using both Wellington and a Maori word, whether it was Pōneke or not. I'm slightly confused about the word Pōneke. I didn't have a problem, but I just feel that we've sort of, for the idea of promoting the city, this is not the place to promote the city in this document. This document is meant to actually provide, especially the Citizens' Assembly, with a document which they can then sit down and kind of work out what the strategic priorities of the city are. And it feels to me like it gets off to a bad start. I'd just like also to comment on point number 2. It was very clear that there were 3 absolute priorities which came from our original strategy session and the 2 rounds of consultation we did with the community, which were around resilient infrastructure, better public transport and affordable housing. And there were lots of others, but the words reduce transport emissions and improve urban mobility, and then the subsequent phrasing that's actually in here around moving more people with fewer vehicles, I thought was the perfect combination for that. The fact that the current wording in the first part references back to a historic document, for me, is irrelevant. This is a forward-looking document that is meant to shape our strategies for the 10 years going forward. So I think reduce transport emissions and improve urban mobility is the sort of clarity that we should be using in this document. Of the others, they're obviously sort of nuts and bolts, except point number 7, the having a specific objective around the arts sector, for me, really is a no-brainer. That was one of the top 10 pretty much across the board, of which everyone felt that we need to look after our arts sector, and to not make it a sort of a headline objective, I think, is a mistake. So I hope that number 7 does get accepted so that we can actually have it ranked in the top line, so to speak. Thanks.
Mia whānau.
Kia ora koutou, I'll keep this short and sweet. So thank you, councillors, for bringing these amendments. It is appreciated, and I'll be supporting over half of them, at least. Even though I didn't want this to turn into a lengthy discussion, I will touch on pōneke, but it has been respectful, so I appreciate that too. Of course, I support pōneke, though I get where the other councillors are coming from. And in fact, I swayed on this back and forth myself early this morning. Because, of course, Wellington is indeed our city's name. But for me, I had to reflect on our tūpiki ora strategy and our tākai here agreement, and I leaned into the advice of our pauiwi, and came right back to pōneke, because that is a priority for me. For me, it felt right. It felt forward-thinking and future-focused. We have a priority to become a bilingual city, and I just see this as a really fabulous way to encourage that. It's not officially replacing our name, it's just normalising it a bit more, which I think is a very beautiful thing, but I get where others are coming from.
Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora. Look, I think since Tuesday, the Mayor, Deputy, Chair, Michael, someone at the back of the room, officers have worked pretty extensively to incorporate feedback into this document. I think I just counted up there 42 bits of red in a document in front of us. So I guess you can't come away and say that that has not been incorporated in some level of substantive detail, 42. But I need to be consistent with, I think, my previous votes here, that this is too much, too late, as I've voted down amendments before. And I think, for many of us at our very quick power out there, the first instinct for a lot of us was to vote this down in its entirety because it's 5 minutes of consideration. But with 5 minutes of consideration, at least, I personally feel comfortable around 3, 4, 7 and 10 that I could take in there, the ones where you're starting to get to more, adding more points on a busy area, just too much for me to take that in 5 minutes. I mean, the last minute nature of it makes us reliant on officer advice, and officers have made it clear they don't have officer advice to give because of the last minute nature. So it kind of puts us into that position of having to vote accordingly. But again, I'll come back to that 42 bits in red, and with my 4 that's 46. So I think that's a pretty reasonable effort that shows we've gone and tried to make this pretty consultative and cohesive. I'm sure there's more good things in here. I just literally don't have the time to comprehend if that's the case or not. So that's where I sit. Kia ora.
Okay, then we go to right of reply. Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you everyone, and thanks for all your comments and feedback. It's good to know, even if you don't support a particular amendment, some of the reasoning why. And that's important for everyone to understand. Look, the long-term plan, just picking up on Councillor Brown's point, this is a forward-looking document, and really this is setting, this is a clean slate, our one chance at having a clean slate to set a slightly different direction. We do need to account on the past. Certainly we need to account on the past, on the current debt, but also we are not really constrained just because it's in a previous document in the way that we would normally be constrained for the long-term plan. I'll come back to the key point that this long-term plan, as it was originally put out, really didn't reflect what I and some other councillors thought was important to the community. I want to comment on the brand pōneke comment from Holden. Hoha. And so I think I want to actually use the point that was made by the chair. It's very important in this document that people see themselves in it. And I'm thinking of the wider community. There's a lot of the community that see themselves in Wellington. Now, they may be conservative, they may be backward in terms of what some councillors think. They may be, not even necessarily, they're just people out there. And, I really wanted to have a document where they could go and look there and say, what is this plan going to do for me? having the statement that we can have 8 priorities but not 10, I think is a little bit disingenuous. It's even more so in the sense of saying that these 8 that you've chosen are the 8 most important, and that the financial sustainability is not important because it's not, it's put up as a priority. I want you to reconsider that one very carefully, because I think it is a priority and the reality will come round. I think also I want to reflect in terms of Wellington. I mean, I'm a regular attender of the Multicultural Council, but it knows itself as the Wellington Multicultural Council, not the Poneke Multicultural Council. And that happens right across the city. Also, in terms of Councillor McNulty's, this is too late, we've been working, through the Mayor for days. Okay, and if this is last minute, most of these things were tabled days ago, and I'm sorry that the communication has failed. In the end, though, I have to note there are many things in here that I do not agree with are priorities. But what we're trying to do is find a consensus that reflects the whole city and the whole council. This is a communication document, and in doing this, whether you pass this document with these amendments or without, we are telling our community what this council will do. And we're going to put that out to the public. And I want to make sure it's very clear that when we make these decisions, when we say you're living in Poneke, you're not living in Wellington, is what some people will interpret our vision about, that the public will also see that and they will tell you what they think of that. And that's what, is the next important step. But I do think, in the spirit of consensus, I ask you to seriously consider each of these, and hopefully you can support some of them. Thank you.
We are going to vote on each one separately.
And have a division. And division?
And a division on each one?
Yes, please.
Okie doke. So this might take a little while. It's only 11, yeah. Yeah, well, of course, we will be efficient. I think this is a more efficient way to doing them. So we're starting with number 1. That is lost. Number 2. That is lost. Number 3. Oh, carried unanimously. All right. Number 4. Success has many fathers, parents. Okay, so that one is also carried unanimously. I guess that was your one, Tim? No, just jokes. All right, number 5. That is lost. Number 6. That is carried. Number 7. I might be on my own here. 7. That is carried. 8. That is lost. 9. That is lost. 10. That is carried. 11. Voting. That is carried. We now return to the substantive. Does anybody wish to speak? It looks like they do not. Okay, all right. We'll take a 5-minute adjournment because we just need. No, because we need to fix up the changes that we've just made. my question is about what things people need to take separately, hopefully not many. Are you paying attention? Do you want to scroll down, Alessi, so people can see if there's anything they want to take separately? So no, there isn't anything? Let's vote on the whole thing. Oh, Nuridan. Where's Nuridan? Where's Nuridan? Where's Nuridan? Where is he? Well, did you tell him to come in? Yes, get off the phone. We're just voting on the whole thing, Nuridan? And we'll have a division on that. And that is carried. Thank you, everybody, for what has been a very productive day. And apologies, I have let my use of Te Reo Māori slip as the meeting got more frenetic. I'll do better next time. Tēnā kua mutu te hui. I declare the meeting closed. Unihia, unihia, unihia ki te uru tapanui. Kia wātia, kia māma, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua. E te ara takatū, koe a rā e rongo, whakairia aki ki ronga. Kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia.